You are first indeed. Well, think, hi, good time zone. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. Yes, I did. I did forget. How's the sound today? Because last time it was kind of crackling, and it is kind of crackling on my end. So I don't know. Yes. Yes, you should. Though, shouldn't you be paid rather than getting a gift card? Like, wouldn't that be better? I don't know. I just work here. I, you know, I feel like that would be better in terms of tens and 20s. What do you mean? Tens and 20s is not a thing that I know. I think, or I don't think it is. We have some news, which we'll see if that does anything. I doubt it. We never know. Oh, that tens and 20s in a currency, yes. I mean, you can take tens and 20s, that makes sense. But then again, I don't know. Well, probably one that I don't know. That's, yeah, that's gonna be it. It's gonna be one that I don't know. Or have never heard of. Don't know. Don't know is good. Don't know is the right. Fuck me. Yep, nope, I have never heard or seen that. Are we that delayed already? God damn it. We already have 6 seconds of delay in between the vertical and non-vertical. That is crazy. They started at the same time. I don't get it. I don't get it. So we have some news, as I was saying in a second ago, which is my hair. No, which is Atom. Not Atom. Atom made an update on the Mac, and we'll see if that works and if it's good. Streamerbot made an update on the PC, and apparently, I'm unsure on that, but apparently they have combined chats. And that's interesting, impressive. I don't know. We'll see. That's where I stand. But as a safety measure, I have 2 streams stacked so that I can check the chats just in case. But if something happened on whichever chats, it's gonna go through Streamerbot, and I hope that works. My hair, that's an important thing. I don't know how that happens. It's fluffy as fuck today, and I didn't do anything specific. I basically had the non-aftercare conditioner, that's the word that I was looking for, thing applied. I just applied something else, and I dried them like usual, and now we there. So I don't know. It's fluffy. Yes, today's fluffy. We have some non-regular news, but it's also something that I kind of wanted to share with everyone because this is pretty important and interesting for the one that are interested in learning Japanese. I have that thing that my teacher has sent me, which is the places where I get my books to read and learn and all of that. And I thought that it would be pretty interesting for you here, if you're interested in learning Japanese as well, to just check it out. It's pretty simple. It has an English version if that's a thing that you want to do. Like him, hi, welcome in. And if I'm pretty good, I'm tired as fuck, but I'm pretty good. And if you are interested in that, right? You can. God damn it, that's a double. You can just check. It's rated pretty well and pretty easily. You have like levels: level 0 for the very, 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 very entry level, and then level 1, level 2, level 3. And as I said last time, I am currently trying to read some level 3, and it pisses me off because it's harder than expected. This one was extremely simple. This one was simple, but like kind of complex in some places. This one makes no sense to me. This one is okay so far. So I need to download more of them. One of the huge benefits that we have in there is the fact that when you get these, you also have, for the read for free section, you also sometimes have the audio version, so you can listen to it while reading, and so you don't need to guess how a word is supposed to be pronounced, as long as you can scan through the hiragana and katakana of the pages. Like right here, you would have, on some of them, not all of them, you would have the ability to just scan through and read at the same time as the reader. The thing that is pretty good is that they do a massive pause in between pages, so that's a bit of a hint that you need a just turn the page. Go to the next thing. So that's pretty good. And yeah, this entire website is really, really useful. It's free. Some of them are not free, I think, as far as I remember, but most of them are free. And if you want to support the option to just give them money, it's a pretty good thing. Give me your question, Malcolm, instead of asking if you can ask a question again, like always. So that's a useful tool. I wish, and I don't think that's the case, but I wish that it is. It is the case. Cool. Shift enter. Damn. Sorry, that's crazy. So StreamerBot has, as I said, has made an update, and in said update we have the option to send a message in chat to all platforms at once. So it just sent to my main YouTube stream, which is vertical right now. But that's impressive. That's a pretty good thing. Jeannie, hi, welcome in. How are you? With hair, yes, for some reason. Fluffy hair, specifically. So yeah, so that's a really good thing. It sends to 2 platforms, not the horizontal one, but it's a good thing. Hence why I immediately asked how you're doing. Abby, I'm okay. What do you mean stream elements? How have you been, Jeannie? How's everything since last time you were here, which was like 3 months ago? I don't know how far away you were here. I feel like it was like 3 months ago. I can't go back in your chat far enough to see the date. 10:07, 3 weeks ago. I see. Is it better to do my overlay in Stream Elements instead of the streaming software? It is not better, but it's not bad to do them in Stream Element or whatever streaming software annex thing like Streamlabs or Stream Elements or whatever, because the benefits of having them like in a hosted platform is that it's just if you're using Mailed at the moment, it's the same thing. Um, the, if you have them as browser sources, it means that you have access to them wherever, whenever. So if your computer crash and you need to borrow someone else's computer and you need to set up your stream, you can just use your browser sources as stream overlay, and then they will work. The only thing that you will have to do is make sure that your camera is in the right place or the same place, and that your capture for your screen is in the right place or same place. And after that, you're done. Whereas me, if I want to, I don't want to, but if I have to switch computer, I need to redo the entirety of my OBS scenes and make sure that these transition works, that all of my layers have the exact same name and all of that. And that takes a lot of time, specifically on Mac. On Windows, I have the ability to save a scene collection and then re-import it without losing links, which is pretty good. On Mac, the plugin for some reason doesn't work 90. I mean, it works, but I get like just some things that are broken, and that kind of bad. But most of it works. So depending and based on what you want to do, I would say yeah. No. No. It doesn't. You're consuming the same amount of resources, basically, because you need to render them in the in-tool browser and then send that. Again, if that's not a thing yet, but if at some point we have a Twitch extension that allows us to link Stream Element Overlay directly through Twitch, then yes, that would be using way less resources, because that way Twitch would take care of displaying the right overlay based on the scene that you are on. But other than that, yeah. Oh, you lost the job already? Jenny, didn't you swap job not long ago? Cadê? That's sad. No. You don't need Stream Elements to be open. You just need to do the thing in Stream Elements, and then you just load them as browser sources inside of OBS or Meld or whatever. Like, for example, this thing right here, the 0 out of 20 right there. Weirdly enough, the 0 is a browser source. The /20 is an image, but the 0 is a browser source that is coming from Stream Element. It's just a simple browser source with a number that is updated based on the follow count that could be directly made in OBS through Atom or StreamerBot, but that is doing that. No. It's more technical than that. So Stream Element isn't, but you are rendering a browser website on Meld. So in technicality, again, Meld has a browser inside of its software, and that browser, which is usually Chromium or Safari or whatever, is used to render what Stream Element has made, like the website that Stream Element is creating. And in that Meld browser, you have the rendering of the stream element overlay done. So you are rendering a website through mailed browsers, if that makes sense. So it's not stream element that needs to be open, it's just stream element that needs to be, like the overlay needs to be made properly in order for the browser in mail to be able to render them properly. And then once that's done, it's technically the same amount of rendering. And again, based on the computer that you have, you may have or want more or less browser sources. My chat is a browser source. The number, as I said, is a browser source. When we are going here, the only thing that is still a browser source on these pages that we don't see often is the alerts, the confettis, other things. If I go into one that is rarely active, this one, for example, which Maddie was the latest one, that scene specifically, the face is a browser source, as far as I remember. And that's about it. So I have plenty of browser sources everywhere. The drop game is a browser source as well. And they're just stacking on top of each other, and it's fine. So, dang. And so all of these browser sources are basically rendered through OBS browser, which is somewhat, I think, a Chromium-based browser, as far as I remember, but I don't remember much. So yeah. So at the end of the day, it's the exact same thing. You can do things in Stream Element, you can do things in Meld or in OBS directly. The output is going to be the same, and based on the performance of your computer, if your computer is more than 5 years old, then maybe that might be complicated. If it's been bought in the past 5 years, you should be good, and it's usually powerful enough to do all the things that you need to do. Usually. Yeah, I mean, 77 is nothing. Yeah, as long as you're not in the 90s, you're good. 4 degrees. Like it's fine. And also, I don't think I have ever talked about it, but like, Aryan, hi, welcome in on YouTube. How are you? How did you? I mean, are you just scrolling through the shorts? Is that what happens? I think that's what happens. Welcome in. The degrees on a CPU means nothing. And yeah, how's that living Figma? That's a good question. I think you should try. Here you go. Hi, welcome in. I think you should try learning the basics of the tools, Aryan. Make sure that you have like the understanding. If you have used like a design tool in the past, you will have like some habits. Things works the same way, and if you have that tiny bit of understanding of design tools like Photoshop, Illustrator, all that, you should be good. Figma overall is the same as everything else. If you have no knowledge of Figma right now, it's a great place to be, because Figma right now is kind of shit. It's updated, and I mean, you're on short, so you probably won't see much of this interface, but it is an easier interface to learn right now than it used to be 2 months ago. So This one is pretty simple. It's yeah, like the scope is really simple. Is not much. Is the thing that you can do is just learn how to do things that are rudimentary, which is basically using these tools that are at the bottom. If you have the new interface, if you don't, I can't really go back to the old one. Not yet. But it's basically ensuring that you have the understanding that that is a frame. What is a frame? It's just a container that helps you define the size of a screen or the size of a div if you are a dev. And then you have shapes, rectangle, circles, all of that. If you are someone who do illustration, you have the pen tool. Most designers on Figma don't use the pen tool because they don't know how it works. And then you have the text tool, the comments tool, and now the action, the action button thing that is half useless, kind of useless, kind of good, kind of bad at the same time. I hate it, but it's there, so you're good. And yeah, the only thing that you need to understand is how the UI is. So on the left side, you have all of your layers, all the layers on the page. On the right side, you have all of the specific property of the thing that is selected. So you can see that right now I have a rectangle. I mean, you might not be able to see because that's way far away on shorts. We never know. But right here, I have like how can I say that? A rectangle that is selected, so it's just a rectangle. If you select the frame itself, you can see that the inspector on the side has moved and changed, and that's about it. Like, you don't have much more than that. Figma is really simple, and then pushing it to its limit and having like more things going on in there, that is way more complex, but it just takes time and practice. Yeah, just one practice. So yeah, that's gonna be it. Go, hi.
TG_Khalil raided my stream with 13 viewers.
Well, come on in, Carl. How are you? How is your... Why is me saying the name 3 times? That makes no sense. But yeah, I hope that I can tell you more about Figma if you want. Yes, please ask a specific question. I would highly recommend you to go either on the other stream on YouTube or go on Twitch to have like a better view of the screen, if that's interesting to you. Nonetheless, for those of you who just rated, hi, welcome on in. I'm AOA, I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, Carl, I hope your stream was well. Welcome back to streaming. Appreciate that as well. And Max, hi as well. Yeah, all that. As always, if you want to write and run, do that. If you want to stay and ask design question or things related to design, it would be highly appreciated. As always, right now, Ian on YouTube is asking some question about Figma, so we're looking at Figma unless they decide to move to another platform at some point. Also, that thing that is bothering me so much. Why? Why are you doing that? Why? Makes no sense. Sorry, there's the thing on the side. There's the scroll bar that makes no sense. I think the recent integration of Figma, of AI in Figma, is was good is shit now. Current song, Kale, is this one. Which is DMCA free because I'm paying for the license. So technically, yes, but also kind of no. Out there also, hi, welcome in. So yeah, the AI integration is pretty okay. It used to be really good when it launched, and now because they had to remove some of it for reasons, The remaining AI features are kind of shit, and they don't really help you. And what I'm talking about is basically on the first launch, the ability of renaming layers was really good. And now when you want the AI to rename layers, like right here, and I mean, some of them are already renamed, but I go into rename my layers on that selection, the defined names that they have, it's just bad. It's not as good as before, so that's kind of sad. Um, and yeah, the make design doesn't is not available anymore, and the like suggest auto layout doesn't really work as much as it used to, which is weird. Like it used to work really well and doing the top level and the in-depth level of each of the frames and all groups that you had in your selection. And now it just does the top level and it says that's it. So it's basically doing the exact same thing as adding auto layout to your selection. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. Let me read chat because I missed a lot of things. This is wild. I don't know why that happens, but that happens. Here we go. The 3 months of Apple TV. I don't know what that is. I know that that happens on top of the chat for most streams that I'm watching. It still makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh, I'm gonna do that. That's gonna be good. Yes. So yeah, that. Um, yeah, I do. I do show my work when I'm on here, specifically when we're working on Stony's website. I do show what I'm working on. The previous company's work, I'm skimming on top of most of the time because I can show things, but not everything. Um, and GD, I'm okay. I'm tired. That's about it. What type of work do you want to see, Ian? Fruitus, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. It's been a while. Yeah, it's the same thing. I am so tired as well. Am I doing the things? Have a good look. I mean, the thing with Apple TV, here you go, is that if you have been subscribed to Apple TV once, the 3 months for free is not available anymore. So you get it once when you buy like an iPhone or an iPad or something, and then, yeah. Denny, hi, welcome in. So yeah, again, Ian, if you are on like YouTube Shorts, please move either on YouTube non-shorts, like horizontal version, or move on to Twitch so that you can see the screen and the thing that I will share. Otherwise, it's tiny. I'm looking at the preview, which is right there. You can't see shit, which is bad. So, I don't know who unsubbed you, but you are indeed unsubbed for this. Might be a Russian thing again. uh, yeah. Portfolio is different. portfolio is different. I hate portfolios, so I don't really have one. That's my portfolio, my portfolio website, which contains just videos and some case studies here and there that showcase past works, but that's about it. I didn't really go in depth on these ones. It's missing a ton of content. I need a ton more content in there, as in animation, videos, presentation, transitions, all that. So that might happen at some point. For now, it's not the case. God damn, that nose is itchy. Again, that's crazy. Oh, it works every time? You know? It didn't work the second time for me. Have a good brunch, Gothic. That's an interesting thing to do, or have, or all that. And iron. I'm gonna do that. I don't know if that link is gonna go through. Ah! Yeah, it does go through. Interesting, but it's not a link, but that's a link. That's the website that I'm on at the moment. Yeah, it's gonna be the easiest way if you want to check things out. Ah, interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that you re-qualified to get access to it. Well, I should check that then, because might be useful. Might be useful. Yes, it's the thing that I just shared earlier, a second ago. Iron. So, I guess that's gonna be it as a link. Yeah, that's a clickable link. Just kind of sad, but yeah. Well, for this, I'm sorry about that, but also, maybe keep some money for you. That's fine by me. That is fine by me. It has a lot of things that I don't really care about. I guess once you're here, this link, the bento link, is gonna be the best link that you have, which is gonna, like, not help you, but like give you access to all of the other things, including Dribble and other past work. So maybe that's what you're looking for. And in there you have like some previews of things that I've done, worked on. So, you know, that maybe could be interesting. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know exactly what you're looking for, Ian. So, yeah. Anywho. What the fuck was I saying earlier? Like him? I was answering your question and I forgot what I was saying. Yeah. I forgot. I still need to pop in at some point because he needs to have a check on that. That is a bit of a thinking. You're from India. Well, you're coming in from India. We have a lot of Indians. We had a lot of Indians for a while, and now we have less than before because of time zones. But yeah. So yeah, I had that concept ID thingy pops in my head at some point because basically the regular generic page here is gonna be that, and it's gonna be it's been a while since I've had like news from Tanya, which is kind of sad, but yeah. Like, that's the current stage, or where we are of the landing page of the site on desktop, and I'm thinking we could have the exact same thing on mobile, but limit the, again, right, based on what I was talking about on Wednesday, which Tony didn't take that well, or took it poorly, if I can say that, I don't know. Anyways, having that as a landing page, homepage would be much better. Instead of having like home, search, library, and music, we could have search, library, and music, which is the main goal of the website, what we need to have. And so that is pretty good. Because I think that's what we need based on that tagline, right? Your one-stop search for all your streaming needs. I feel like if we had just the search right there and just a preview of like some posters as a homepage would be much better, because you tap on that, then you have your keyboard that pops in on top of your navigation, and then your intro like search is going to be on your keyboard natively. And then when you search something, you're going to go into the search results. That button is going to be a back button. And or if you go directly into your library and your content, you then end up on potentially that page or potentially that page. It depends on where we are, because we didn't have the discussion on Wednesday for some reason. Then he just disappeared. Not that he, Stony disappeared from the chat after I said something. So that happened. So yeah, we need to check that if that works, if that's an okay thing to do. And then yes, that's a pretty interesting thing as well. I don't think the creativity of portfolio is what you hate. I think it's the creation of the creativity part on your own portfolio. I think that's the hardest thing to achieve. Tanya, right now, the latest thing that I've seen go through on, I was so right for hiding my screen, because that's a naked person. I think I don't have access to her Twitter directly. Which I should, because she's been on here. Or has that been? She didn't block me. It might have been on LinkedIn rather than on Twitter. No. You know what? I forgot. It might be somewhere. Anyways, the last thing that I saw from Tanya was her being a speaker at some convention event, and that was pretty good. God damn, that nose is crazy today. Again, not cocaine, but you know, God. I don't understand my nose and how that happened. I have the internal wall right there that is just itchy for no fucking reason, as if I got a cut and it's healing, and so it's just the particle inside that's just like are working. Makes no sense. Anyways, don't think about that. But yeah, no, the last thing that I saw was her with a badge as a talk host on stage somewhere, and I forgot where it is, also from India. Um, yeah, I think that was pretty good. I think she became like more of a senior person and has more responsibility now, more of a team, and that's good overall. Overall good. Um, and you can go with then you can go with a very simple portfolio like the one that I shared last Wednesday, which is the kind of black and white version of the landing page with just the main title followed by the subtitle and or just the name, and that's it. Um, and just be as minimal as possible, which is good. Again, I feel like the minimal portfolio are mostly not for, but like mostly with senior designers. Like we are fed up with the creativity of making things look fancy and all, and it you can pull it off if you have a good understanding of layout, which you do. So I feel like you should be okay with that. You should be good in trying that out. So yeah, I don't know if not that. I don't know if this website gives us what we need. Mostly because these are full footers. And I doubt these are going to be good. But, you know, I mean, we never know. Maybe this one is a portfolio and I clicked on something. And it's really minimal with that thing. We have some work there. Maybe that's enough. But also, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yes. So yes and no. I'm gonna say something that you're probably gonna agree with, and I mean, it depends on you. Again, I don't know. You decide if you agree. But is it live? It's not live. The website that you have made here, not this one, and the website that you have for CK right there, these two have a ton of details and things that would make sense for a designer. Though your goal is to get hired, which is different than impressing designers. Like this website specifically, Coding for Designer, is mainly here to attract designers, right? The name implies that it's for designers, so it's technically for the designers. So the website itself needs to be good and representative of what the designers community right now has seen or is on. Therefore, when they arrive there, they know what type of output the person that has this website is able to create, so they can just say, oh, you know what, that's my vibe, I can go in there. Someone that hires someone else and see this website might not see the details and might not even see and or recognize that as good or good enough for their goals. So that's a thing to take into considerations. Like, maybe it's good, maybe they like it, maybe they don't. Maybe they don't, again, they don't recognize that as a hireable designer and a good website overall. They just think that it's a okay website, cool. It has details, but maybe they don't see all of the details that you have made. Maybe they don't see the complexity. And for a hiring manager, which is the person that you are targeting, I don't know. You know, and, yeah, I don't know. So again, we have both options. It's one or the other, as always. Um, we either go with something that is extremely minimalistic, or we go with something that is extremely maximalistic or maximalist, with a lot of details and a lot of things, and hope or in hopes that that website is going to be interesting for some people. And when I'm seeing this, which is kind of crazy overall as a portfolio, I don't know. Pot, hi. What morning? How's the vacation, end of vacation, coming back to work, all that going? Um, right, all of these are impressive, but also I don't know. Like at this moment, or until technically 2 days ago, I didn't know that this entire bottom section, except that, it was made in Figma. The keys and all of these have been made in Figma. And so that's why the shadows are kind of shit and static. And it's not spline. I thought it was spline all along, but it's not. And so that for someone that is coming from outside as a designer, the fact that I didn't recognize that it was Figma at a glance, and also that I wouldn't have known if they didn't do like a recap on Twitter, someone that comes in as a hiring person, right now I'm seeing that that person is doing 3D work and that's it. And like if your website is full of 3D elements, my assumption is you do 3D work. Like you have like a 3D animation work right there, and you have 3D stuff. But like basically what you are showcasing is a website and a website. So and a 3D thing. So I don't know. It really is weird. More work and responsibility, but I guess I can't complain. It was technically a promotion. That is good news-ish. Yes. Yeah. You also got the CrowdStrike lock at the airport thing, right? I remember that. But yeah, other than that, going back to what I was saying, if you don't go with that and you go with something that is more simple, like this one, for example, this one is a bit more, I mean, it still has some character, an interesting thing. It is still a simple website, just showcasing app. Again, this is just saying, oh, I'm doing apps. And it's an app designer. And then at the bottom, there is like a landing page or a desktop page, which implies, oh, I also do desktop, but that's not what I'm doing the most. I'm mostly doing some apps. So hire me for apps. And that's about it. That's what, if that's what you want, do that. But, you know. Um, So you can take that into two directions. I do agree with also, sorry for the flashbang, I kind of want to check that out without the glasses. It's the same color, cool. That is a pretty good dark mode, light mode, because it's not a fully black and white switch. I like that. I like that. Damn. Yeah, that's good. Not that it matters, but it, all that. If you want to achieve that level of details on your portfolio to showcase like your past work, and like maybe that section could be ocean bits, and that section could be vid mount, and that section could be isekai, whatever. You wouldn't use that level of detail to appeal a hiring manager. You would use that level of detail to appeal to designers that will then tell their hiring managers in their company that that person that they saw on Twitter or on Instagram or wherever has a really cool portfolio, and we should check them out. So again, that level of detail is going to be mostly catering to designers to ensure, or in hopes that they will talk about you in-house, because in your post you have shared the will to be hired in a company and that you are looking for your next position. So that's a kind of tactic that you can use, going to the level of details of clerks and then hoping for people to talk about it. Also, Dapshi, hi, welcome in. Good day. So, like, think about the details. Like right now, I would go with something like this. If I were to redesign again my portfolio, I would go with something similar to this. I am currently highly interested in the dotted grid background compared to my current regular grid background. So if I had to do like a switch, I would probably go into the dotted grid. The orbs of colors on white is mostly what I'm attracted to at that instant. And then we have like the very, very similar thing with everything is really minimalistic and simple. Though there is a ton of things that I wouldn't do, like the illustration is not my style, all of that. But that is a seasoned senior portfolio. So that makes sense. It's not entirely my style, but it has some pretty good thing overall. So if you want to check it out, you just do that. you know. God damn. That is expensive. Oh, that's also, like, they don't really have a choice right now. That website is way too long. Anywho. So, you need to make a choice in the role of your portfolio and in the marketing strategy that you have. So, catering to the hiring manager, you do something like this, which is what we talked about on Wednesday with Dan, like having work as soon as possible, and be done with it. And if you are catering to designers, you would probably do something like this, which is showcasing details and potentially illustration or interactions of things, and then work. So, they different outcome, different like crowds of people. Hi again, Dabji. How to make a portfolio on my website? I thought domain name. Do I need hosting or something? Yes, you do. You need, if you want a website for this, you need a domain name, and then in that domain name, you need a hosting service to be there. So it can be your hosting service, like personal thing that costs a lot, and you need like a server in-house. It's going to be slow and low quality for most users, so you rely on third-party hosting. And then the Framer does provide a hosting. Yes, you can really easily link your website to their hosting services. Like in the settings, I think you have your domain, and in domain you have your regular domain right there, and then you can link it to your personal domain. Right now, AOA design is a redirect from this website on Framer. So yeah. But I don't think Framer will do the hosting. I'm not knowledgeable enough on that department to be able to say yes or no. I think maybe Genie would help more on this one. Yeah, they host your free portfolio as long as it's a .framer.com. Like a Google website. It's the same thing. Or framer.io, I forgot which one it is. It's the same thing as Webflow. As long as it's a Webflow.io, then you're good. Like, I think yeah, AOA-design.webflow.io is hosted. I'm not paying for it. It is free, but it is .webflow.io. It's good, but it's free-ish, kind of, almost. There's no hosting on this one. This one is just Webflow, and my personal websites are hosted in a French, one of the French things. Not because I'm patriotic or anything. It's just like it's the only one that I know how to work with, and I don't want to think about anything else. So yeah. Did that make sense to you? In the portfolio section? Yep, everything is on the same hosting service thingy. Because it's just faster for me to just have everything in one bundle, and all of my websites are in there. Yeah, simple. That's crazy. That back button is small. That's a small back button. God dang. Holy shit. yeah, I think it's mostly gonna be it, Danny, for your question about portfolio. I do agree that it's harder to create a portfolio for yourself than creating a website for someone else. That we all know that. It's just a pain to work for our own self benefits for some reason. As in creating like my own portfolio took longer. I mean, creating my portfolio, the portfolio itself took me no time. Creating the content for the portfolio took me the longest time. So for you to be able to create like your portfolio landing page that pleases you, that is going to take a long time because you are someone, as you said, that is detail oriented, if that's still your tagline, and therefore you're gonna spend more time on details. Also, again, if your tagline is still um the detail oriented portfolio whatever, um that that portfolio need to have details on it. I try to refresh the page for this. That might work. But also using don't buy through an iPhone or an iPad because that's expensive for no reason. I'm looking at your pages on Figma, Denny. I'm right there. I mean, there is 30% a 30% difference of charge. I think the conversion is about like $7 if you are subscribing from an Apple device like iPhone or iPad, and it's $5 per month if you're subscribing from the web. So better to do that. I think I have an issue with that word. I think stunning means nothing to me. It's not a word. You know, I know. But like detail-oriented product designer is pretty good. One of the things that we have said as well in resume feedback, but also portfolio feedback, which is ensure that the user that comes to your website know exactly who you are and what you do. So on the resume, for example, at the top you have your name, and then you recommend to have your job title, your past job title, the latest one. That way, or your job titles that you want to apply for. It's an option. But that way, a hiring manager that scan your resume will see name, position that they are aspiring to, and then experience and things. And so on your website, it would be great to have the exact same thing. So detail-oriented product designer is pretty good because you have like product designer, but the fact that product is lower in readability, again, placeholders, I know. And you just wanted to have like black, lighter black, right? You know, all that. Having the job title was pretty good. or pretty useful at the end of the day to ensure that the people that are just arriving on your website just know where you're going to be placed. So one of the resume feedbacks on another platforms we're seeing is name, job title, dash, like vertical dash, and then the next 2 or 3 potential position. So if you are someone that is looking for a lead position, but your latest one is not wasn't a lead position, you could say lead designer. You could say product manager if that's something that you wanted to do. You could say things if you have the skills as like annex job titles, and that could be a really good thing. That's mostly for resume and CV rather than websites, but it doesn't it doesn't hurt to have them also on the website, to be honest, because it's mostly SEO related. So if on my website I had something that says senior product designer or software designer or project managers, maybe not project manager, but you see what I mean? Like Google is going to scrap my website and then check and make sure that these keywords are brought up through search. That should make sense, I think. And for the project section, how many projects do you have? Let me rephrase that. How many projects with case studies do you have? I think you have Ocean Bits, maybe? The Apricot thing, VidMount, CK. Do you have more than that? Yeah. If you are gonna have 3 when you go live, and you don't have a 4th in the work, do not plan your website as if you had a 4th already. Like you can focus on just having 3 displayed in a way that makes sense to you right now, and later on when you have like a 4th option that comes in, you can see if you can just integrate it into the current design that you have with 3, or create a new design for that section, but later. The goal is to have something out, like published, rendered, available, something out, and that way people can just reach out to you based on the thing that you have done, which is public. So, yeah. If you will have 4, then plan on 4. But you need to ensure that you will have 4 for sure. So if you could work on the content of that case study now before you finish the website itself, the website layout would be better. And again, on the active website that you have, if you just decided to have that 4th case studies available, then put that here. Do your best to update that website with the content that you need to have if you haven't already scrapped the entire Framer project. But yeah, do that. Update this with the case study and then work on the redesign of the page. That makes more sense to me. I don't know. Also, we never talked about it, but the fact that you have like an Apple Watch right there is fun to me. Um, because I get it, interfaces for whatever the fuck. But have you made interface for voice or Apple Watch or Vision Pro 3D? I'm sorry. Today's a weird playlist. I know. I can't do anything about it. Oh, fuck. Jonathan, hi. Welcome on in. I'm okay. I'm tired. That's where I land. I am tired. I've been fighting with Xcode the whole morning without making any real progress. And because I don't know shit about Swift and Xcode building and all that, I'm using Claude to help me and like generate things and generate the code that needs to happen. But that's the main issue that we have with these apps. Xcode is the Apple IDE, like software development environment. I think I can say that. That thing right there. Also because I'm on the beta version, because I don't have a choice, because my software is on the beta version. It breaks every time. Xcode is the only IDE that you need to be able to build apps for macOS or iOS. Like you can't build an app for iPhone if you're not on Xcode, if you're not on the Mac. So that's kind of sad. Yeah. You have so much shit in there, Benny, that I don't think. Yeah. I don't think you need to redo your fucking website. I know you don't like it anymore, but I think you're wasting time in doing that. Rather than just go through adding the latest case studies and changing your tagline or something. I don't know. Holy shit. Yeah, no, this is cool. Nothing against it. It's just the goal is to have something out as soon as possible. Like take the time to do the case study, and then once the case study is in there and you are applying to companies and you feel like the content is good, yeah, maybe the only thing that you need here is a change on the header. Like you just replace that header here and you keep the rest with the case study is already made with the same content. You just add a fourth one. I feel like you should be good. Like specifically because this one is not a case study, it's just a link to the published website. I don't know. I'm a very efficient type of person. I will do my best for you to not waste time. And right now, the amount of effort that you are making, having, doing, taking to create that whole new landing, to me, is like a bit much. Yeah. I think at this stage, you should just do that. Take that block, put it there, live with it for like 3 months, change it again, add a case city. Then you should be fine. I mean, what would be your own app? Like creating an app with the goal of having that in your portfolio, that's not good. Creating an app because you have like a project and you think that this could be a viable thing, something that solve a problem for some people, then yeah. But if it's just like another excuse to add some content to your portfolio, eh. Like the one I'm building or attempting to build because I can't do shit. That is mostly something that I can't find right now. It's an app that doesn't, or as far as I have searched, doesn't exist. And it's something that I do that I don't see a lot of people doing, but I'm thinking again that like most of the time when you as an individual do something and it feels as if you were the only one to do that on your friend groups or your circles of social circles and all that, there is a lot of other people that do the exact same thing or are looking for the exact same thing that you are looking for. So, you know, yeah. The thing is, finding a huge problem is not necessarily good. As I'm gonna use an example that is kind of bad, but car wash, so like service station car washes, like you go there to wash your car. Yeah, that's not really a problem. It's just like a service that is available, and maybe it's just like the closest to your town is 20 to 30 minutes ride away. And if you build yours where you live or close to where you live, then that means that most of the cars that are in your town are gonna go through your system because it's closer. And it's not really a problem. Like they can drive 20 to 30 minutes more than they used to, or like because they are used to that. But it's just like helping them get the same experience closer to their houses. It's not really a huge problem, but it's a viable business and it works. So I don't know. Yeah. yeah, have a good rest of your day. Thank you for staying with the raid. I appreciate it. So the convenience is good. Solving problem is good. Solving a problem and being convenient is good. But you don't need to find like a huge. You don't need to find a problem to solve. It can be your experience as a personal human that has or bring you something that doesn't, or that you haven't found just yet. Like, I don't know. For now, I haven't found a keyboard that is slim and silent and provide the Mac PC transition with like an app that work on both sides, other than the Logitech MX or all the Logitechs right now. But at the time when I bought these ones were basically the Logitech things. Some people have had the exact same thought of saying, well, it could be nice if we had the ability to transfer keyboard and mouse through different platforms. And so now most of the keyboard mouse combo that I'm finding are having the buttons to switch from one device to the other, and they support both platforms. That is some sort of a truth. And if you think about, like, I don't know, Work Louder, for example, which is a pretty cool company for keyboards, they have kind of that in mind, with the ability to have like software on both platforms and use that with a transition between the two without really being a huge issue. It's not like a mouse keyboard combo, but it's a keyboard that goes on multiple platforms. So with that in mind, their keyboard is heavy and really fat, all that. But if I wanted to go into something like a bit more silent, then I might build my own keyboard if I was into that. It's not the case. I'm not into that. I think I saw the full video on this one. Yeah. I saw the full creator build? Or is that like a copy of what they have made? May have been. It looks really similar though. Why is it so long? Why so long? But you know, I like this one. I mean, I like split keyboard. It's been popping on my feed for a bit now, and I'm thinking about it, heavily thinking about it. Might do that. Let me see if I can find. It's been a bit though. You can see my entire feed is just Japanese stuff right now. I don't even have the time to watch other videos. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, I kind of want to try split keyboard as well, just because the way that my desk is set up, I have my trackpad under my keyboard. It would make way more sense for me to have it in the middle because of placement. But will I find the thing that I watched? Did I watch it on this channel? Yes, this thing. maybe that's the same person. I don't know. But they built like that whole video. The thing is the end result right there is pretty much the same thing that you just shared without the bottom thumb thingy. And that whole video is really cool. As myself being like an old mechanical engineer and having to like think about building something like this, it's mostly programming, but like thinking about like the 3D printing and the components and the parts and making sure that we have the space in the housing and all that. All these things are making a lot of sense to me. It was really fun to see and follow through that whole concept. So, you know, maybe. GK, hi. Is it Tuesday? I don't fucking know. How is you, GK? How's everything? There was like another one that I watched not so long ago. Same thing that brought my anxiety up when I was watching it, because it's a machining like lathe and other activities. It was great, but also goddamn. Can I find it though? Don't think I can. All right. Well, you tell me. I'm going to make a preview app for investors, potential clients. What features would you focus on? Would I focus on that? I don't even know. I don't even know. I think I would, if I'm focusing on investors, because that's two different things. A preview app is basically something that shows your skills and or lends you a buyout option. So you create something that is necessary for a specific niche, and then it is bought out by like Google or something because it covers a little part of the market that they don't cover right now. That's a thing. The other thing, like for these reasons, if you want to be bought out, you need to make sure that it is profitable. So the feature that you need to work on and focus on the most is going to be acquisition and viability of the thing specifically. So if you are looking for your gym related thing, then it needs to have clients and users, and it needs to be able to convert. So that's the thing. Why the fuck can't I find the fucking thing that I... I don't think it was that far in. I tried to call my crow neighbors, but it yeah. It's not really called an MVP. An MVP is the minimum viable project, whatever. Minimum viable just means that it's the minimum thing that you can like launch, and it will work, and you can have acquisition. But it's also non-polished and non-necessarily good. So MVP and proof of concept is kind of the same thing. I personally don't like them for that purpose. I would say it's going to be better feature-wise to go into ensuring that you have like acquisition for buyout. If it's for users, I think it's gonna mostly be, probably looked at that on another channel. That makes no sense. It's probably gonna be the features that the users want, actually. So instead of doing some research on how do I get users, it's mostly gonna be what the user wants in that specific thing. That the thing that I looked at. That guy, same. I don't know how he ended up on my feed, but it's fun. It's entertaining. It's really anxiety-inducing for me as an old machinist. But he built this thing, which has no purpose, but it's impressive to look through the entire process. And yeah, I don't know. I liked it. So if you are also into, not really, it's mostly for, like, I mean, he uses it for camera as a gimbal at the end of the day. Like right here. Which again makes no sense, but I don't know. I don't know. I have the users and the users of the users. That makes no sense in my head, but why not?
It's muscle time!
Maybe that's why not. Yeah, I should fix my shoulders for sure, for sure. Getting just 2 today. I'm tired as fuck. It's not a drone. It's a 4-axis gimbal type of thing for smooth shots with a bit of a tilt thing. It's really weird. It's interesting. But then again, you know. Yeah. So your clients, again, the thing that a lot of people have had a bit of an issue with, clients are not users. The clients are the ones that pay. The users are the one that uses the thing. So if your clients are the gym owners, but they buy your product because it benefits their users, then you need to cater to their users. So yeah. They have no fucking ID of the time and the date and the time, like the day that we are on. I remembered it was Friday when I was editing the title of today's stream. I really have no clue of the time. Like, things just go past way too fast for no reason, and it's not great. I don't know. Not even. I don't drink, so it's just like I have too much and not enough things happening at the same time. It's really crazy to me that I can be like that tired without doing much other than going to the gym in the morning and then working on the thing that I need to work on during the day on my computer. But yeah, it's weird. It is weird. Thank you for the theme switch. Appreciate that. So yeah, actually, I think you should do that. You should just attempt to cater to the people that uses the app rather than the people that buy the app. But again, back to what GK said, if your goal is to get some investments, then you need to prove usability, so you need to cater to the users. If the goal is to sell the app, then you need to cater to the investing, like the people that would buy the product, which is different because it's a bit of a bigger timeline overall. The best thing, if you want to sell, I'm thinking ahead. If you want to sell, you need to showcase charts of like acquisition and retention over time and like profit over time. Usually you want to sell when it's like growing, because if it's the beginning and it's currently growing in a curve that is pretty steady-ish, then you can speculate on the fact that it will remain the same if the company is acquired by someone else. If that's the case, then it will just go through slowly, and yeah, exactly. I don't know about the how hard is it to copy, because a lot of investment firms are investing in things that already exist, but just with different design and different twist on it, just because they don't have that yet, and the other one that are already on the market don't want to sell. So if you are trying to do something like this, that's also an option. I do agree that the difficulty of copy is important-ish to a degree, but also, you know, easy to copy is kind of bad, yes. The market fit is really simple. It's in the name, Lenny. It's does it fit the market? So the market is the users or the potential users for your app, and is there demand for it? Yes. Then it's basically fitting. That's it. Like, let's say I'm currently in the market for pen, right? A gel pen, and you hear me as the market saying that I'm looking for a gel pen, and you create a gel pen and you market it to me, then because you know that I'm looking for one, it is market fit. And if I'm buying it and I am praising the thing, then it's a really good market fit, basically. That is dumbed down and not entirely true, but roughly that's about it. Well, the hype's high. Welcome in. I was surprised to learn what first to market really means. It beats first to market. It has some advantages, but yeah. So it's not really straightforward. It's basically, is there demands for your things? As in, right now, if I were to build a new smartphone and I wanted to build like a new smartphone company, I would need to be extremely good in my market fit to either niche down onto a very, 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 very specific cast of users. And that is going to be very complicated and requires a lot of fundings. But if I'm doing something like, I don't know, if I'm the first to build the transparent phone, like things that you've seen in sci-fi movies and TV shows, and I'm the first one to build that I am first to market, but I am also technologically interesting for some company to acquire me because I have the technology to do clear screens, and that might not be a real market fit, but it could be an investor fit, which is also the market in some way. So it depends. It's really it's a bit of a vague thing, but it's just, is there demand for something? Yes, no. If there is a yes, then there is some sort of a market fit. That's the rough idea. Um, it's first to be bought, but also first to be marketed for the hypes. Not necessarily first to be popular, um, but yes, kinda. Yeah, I mean, if that's a thing that you can do, Denny, I'm sure again that there is demand. So there is market demands for that app. Like all of the people that have had a Mac and have had to build screenshots for their work, and then had for work move to Windows, or have like a Windows machine at home, but they work on a Mac on at the company, and they need to do some tutorials and things at home on a Windows machine, and they want like screenshots or recording of their screen. They don't really have a good tool for that other than OBS right now. So if you have the ability to build like CleanShot X for Windows, there is a demand, there is a market fit, because that's something that people are really, really looking for, and you could do that. The fact that it will be popular and that people will use it and all of that depends on how good it is. But, you know, it does. PowerTouch does have similar recording capabilities. The thing is the UI for understanding for someone that doesn't have the technical skills. Um, I don't think that, Denny. I think the regular screenshot, like technically now that I have the PC running, my screenshots on PC are pretty good. There's no issues there, and it's just a different output, and it's sent to a 1080p screen, like really tiny 1080p screens. It's good. Yeah, like I think the main issue that you have is your eyes, Denny. You see things on your screen, and you have a feeling that it's not good because your screen might be 1080p, and then there is also the compression when you are sending things through Discord or through other platforms that makes the screenshots less quality already. So I'm sure there is an option for you to get like a higher quality, to fake a 4K display and get the same quality as an output. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know. And one of the hives, it's not that you've been mistaken. It's like first to market is um, there is another word for that. Um, First mover. That's the word that I was looking for. The first mover advantage. which is just the word that we use to say if you are first to go on the market and to experiment, that that is technically not first to market, but it is first to market. And the benefit of a first mover, like the first mover advantage that we talk about usually, is that, well, that company, usually when we take the example of like Android and iOS, the first mover advantage is on Android, but every time that that happens, iOS arrive 4 years later and they just obliterate everything because they have 4 years of backlog from Android doing something well enough, but not greatly. And then iOS arrive and is just do something much better in the most part than Android has done. There's a ton of things that Android does really greatly and really well, but so they have the first mover advantage because they can iterate on that thing and they are first to market. But then the success of the feature, it doesn't really correlate with first mover advantage and or first to market. So it's a bit of a, it's not like, it's not really the first to be popular. It could be, but it's not a like a guaranteed success if you are first to market. Like you might be, technically you are, but like you can be dethroned by someone else in a week, and you were not counting on that. Obviously, you never count on being dethroned as a market leader on one specific segment. But you know, that happens. Like, again, the thing that we talked about on Wednesday, Apple releasing the newest, god damn it, that's the wrong button. This app right there. Like this password app, which is a password manager from macOS, iOS, iPadOS, and also available on Windows, but not available on Android. That entirely replace NordPass for me. Like that's a thing that I can do. I can now get rid of that, stop paying for NordPass, and just use this one, and be good with it, because it's synced across all of my devices except my fucking Android phone, and it's good. And they did that in March, right? Welcome back. They did that in I think in March, February, March, I forgot, whatever, somewhere around there. And it's you know, it's good. So it's not first mover and it's not first to market either, but it's kind of first to market because it's gonna be popular at some point. So it's complicated. The market is complicated. So again, what we were saying, Denny, is that if you are building something like CleanShot on Windows, there is a market for it, there is demand for it, and as long as it's as good, if not better, as CleanShot on Mac, or technically as good, if not better, as what is currently available on Windows, then you're good, and you will have some success in there. But if at some point Windows finally decide to natively have a good screen recording snippet tool, then the thing that you have built is useless. So, you know, Raycast for Windows. Yeah. And yeah, Power Toys is kind of a good option. And isn't ShareX extremely paid? I have that in mind. I don't know why. Again, I'm gonna say something that is gonna ruffle some feathers. Most of the time, apps that have been made natively for macOS or iOS are way better than the apps that do the same thing that exist for Windows or Android. Most of the time. Not entirely all the times, but most of the time. There's some reasoning behind it. But yeah, Windows allow any fucking app ever, and the Play Store allow any app ever as well. The App Store and the Mac Store do not. Like there is a lot of rules and things in place in terms of usability and design and all of that to make sure that the experience of the user at the end of the day is pretty good. So we end up with better experiences most of the time. Doesn't mean that everything is great, right? Just reiterate there. That's why we have a lot of add-ons for the native OS on macOS, but there is some sort of guideline specifically for these platforms that are in place, and also the people that are developing for these platforms are people that uses the platform themselves, so they have, or they are used to that immersion and or ease of use. I am so tired. God damn it. Not three. Not three. Too tired for three. I'm too fat as well. I I ate this for lunch, and I took the biggest one that they have, which I don't even know if they have pictures. Yeah, basically I took this one, which is I don't want to say something that is false. Yeah, so it's 3 different meats that ends up being like 360 grams of meat plus 400 grams of fries plus some sauces. I ate way too much. Anyways, what's your opinion on Apple did to streaming gaming platforms for app stores? If you're familiar with it, I'm not familiar with that, Jonathan. I have no clue what you're talking about. And then your examples are pretty good. Travel app with augmented reality could be interesting. It depends how much you want to do the thing, but there is a ton of AR related apps for navigation already. So you can take inspiration there and or integrate some of their features into an app. That's a thing. Freelancer managing books and creating like invoices and all that. That is a very, 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 very needed thing. A lot of freelancers are requesting, specifically designers, are requesting tools that work better than the tools that exist already. The current tools are usually accountant tools, rarely for creative. So if you have the ability to transform one tool that is currently aimed to a very specific target audience and shift it to a different target audience, that could be pretty good. And then you said three something else. Yeah, probably. Um, if you, I think we said that last week or at the beginning of the week. I forgot. But if you remember or if you listen to people that have built startups and all apps and all softwares or YouTube channels, they mostly say the same thing. As in, there is this phrase saying, I was looking for this, it didn't exist, so I built it myself. And yeah, that's the thing. They're asking for streaming gaming platforms to be paid for each individual single game they have on the platform, even if it's only one app. Basically, App Store will not have game streaming until they change it. When you say game streaming, do you mean Steam type of things? Or you stream Call of Duty, the latest Call of Duty, which is where you're streaming the game, whereas like you don't own the game, you just stream the game. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about streaming as in what I'm doing right now? They have never heard of that, Jordan. I don't know about that. So yeah, then if you find something and you say, "Oh, I wish I had that," yeah. Something with Xbox streaming, Google had with Stadia, yeah. Okay, I don't, I don't think I get your point. I don't think I understand. Is it a positive thing or negative things in your views? From what you've said, it feels like it's a negative things on the Apple side. But also, why is it negative? And why do you think streaming games is a good idea? But also, I have a feeling that it already exists. So they're asking for streaming gaming platforms to be paid for each individual single game they have on the platform, even if it's only one app. I don't understand. Are you saying that they don't allow receivers app? Like these things? I don't know if that's the same, but basically Shadow, as far as I remember, Shadow is basically the ability for you to get like a box of to stream a PC, and you just get a receiver for you get a receiver for, it might not be this one. um, no, it is this one. You get a receiver and it's just like a box that you plug a screen to and a keyboard and mouse, and that's about it. And then it just streams the content of a PC that is somewhere else. So the servers that they have is in a server farm somewhere, and I just access one of their instances of that virtual machine. And so for games, I can game on things like on my phone with the capacity and or the performance of a very, very high-end PC. Like, is that the thing? Was that similar? Like, if I want something very complex or specific, I can. I don't know if they have like the reason why I know this is because it's a French company, sadly, and or at least they have French offices which are close by. So yeah. Yeah, because I don't play game, I don't really know about that, Jonathan. Kinda. But it's the same concept. It is the same concept. It's just that this one is a box that you have access to, but you can also access your PC in the browser. So if I have access to my PC, if I have like the subscription, I can also have access to that. Meaning that I have access to my Windows machine, like in the browser directly. Josh, hi, welcome on in. I guess. That's impressive. Why is that not working? I'm gonna attempt something. Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, that was weird. So yeah, Jonathan, I feel like I feel, yes, I understand, but also I don't necessarily see the benefits of like computer streaming, game streaming from another device to my own. Like I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm just saying that I don't see the point. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't see it as a negative thing. That's all I'm gonna say. And Josh, yeah, but I don't see the point of that. Like other than more reach. But there is one of the discussion that we had a long time ago now, where basically what we're saying is that we should have a stop on technological advancement for 5 years. Like right now, we should force companies that are pushing technological advancement to stop reaching high as high in order to ensure that the devs are optimizing their code and their games and their things in order for the thing that they have built to work on older machines. Because a long time ago, we should and we had the ability to game and or do things on way lower end devices. And nowadays, because we have reached so much um, technological advancement, Call of Duty is going to be 100 gigs, 200 gigs per game, when it used to be less than 1 gig and run smoother. And yes, I know there is textures and other things that takes spaces, but at the end of the day, it shouldn't, and we should optimize for that. So giving the ability to stream a game that is as heavy or take as much space as another one as a streaming service, I don't feel like that's a good thing. So I don't know. I don't know. Also, yeah, that's relying on a good internet. That's also relying on a subscription. Everything is a fucking subscription, and that pisses me off. It, I don't know. It's yeah, yeah. I don't. I mean, again, I don't game, so I really am not the right person for that. Because uh, I don't see the point. Anyways, but yeah, I think it's it goes to some of the other thing that I don't like, which is specifically in the gaming industry. Right now, you buy a game, you don't have a game. You have a license key to access a server that can be revoked at any times, even though you have bought the game. Whereas in the past, you bought a game, you had a game, and you played the game wherever, whenever, as long as you had your computer with you or your console with you, and you were good. Um, and I don't know. Yeah, but wouldn't it be like that's a discussion that we should have with Stony, because I feel like Stony is way more knowledgeable in that department, because same thing as media, but I feel like we have the same views on that, where it's technically speaking, if I buy something, I want to own the thing that I bought. Like if I buy a pair of headphones and you're telling me that the manufacturer can make them unusable because they are white and the new one should be black, and that's it. And so in order to force me to buy the new one, they're gonna make these ones obsolete and not working. And so with games right now, if you have a game, like you buy a game on Steam, Steam is going to be fine because Steam is clean so far. But if you buy a game on Steam, if Steam's die, you all the games that you have bought you don't have anymore. Like they are not on your machine. They are only available if Steam is open and if the servers of Steam allows and verify that your key is in their database. So you don't own shit. You sent money at the screen, and yeah, it, Like that's it. That's all you did. And you got a piece of text with numbers and letters that is a security key that allows you to ping the server, and the server tells you, yes, that person, that security key is available for that game, and we can let them through. Um, so that's why I don't really like the streaming games like Xbox Live and all that, because it just makes no sense to me. Like you should have the CD. I don't know. I'm looking for things around me that I have, but you should have, like, I don't know, an SSD thing that contains the game. And that's it. And you have the game. And it's yours. And if you want to use it with the campaign, if I'm looking at Call of Duty, for example, just want to do the campaign, it's offline. You can, but right now you can't because you need to have access to the server, even if you want to do the campaign option, because you need to download the game the first time. Well, you shouldn't. You should just have a USB key in a plastic jacket, get the game, play the game, be done with it. I don't know. It feels wrong to me. It just makes no sense. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Hi then. Hi. Welcome in. Yes, there is a lot of advantages to streaming because you have um, like a ton of access to games that you wouldn't have access to. What doesn't make sense to me is I don't own anything. Again, I don't really give a shit, but like if you were on iOS a long time ago, like in between 2008 and I forgot when they closed, not so long, I mean, not so long after, but right a long time ago, there was this game on iPod Touch and iPhones in the beginning called Tap Tap. It's an app, and that app is still installed on my iPod Touch second generation, but I can't use it because the servers have died. And I paid for the app at some point. So I should be able to have access to at least the downloaded content that was downloaded to the iPod at the time, but that's not the case. And that what doesn't sit right with me. It's just wrong. Which is exactly, and Denny, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like if the PlayStation dies, like if Sony dies, unlikely, but we never know, and the PlayStation branch is dead, any game for the PlayStation 1, 2, and 3 that have a CD, like a physical CD, I can still play them. Like as long as they don't require an internet connection, I can still play them. The the hardware is still working. And that's my point, where you have like a I'm not saying buying a physical CD, I'm saying buying like a USB key or a micro SD card or an SSD. For some of these fucking games, you're gonna need an SSD. But something physical that allows you to get the entirety of the content that you have paid for. Because when you pay for a game, $100 and you don't own anything, that makes no sense to me. Like, it's, to me, it sounds as if you buy a coat. I'm the manufacturer of a coat, like I don't know, Nike. I build a coat, you buy it, it's yours. And then the next day, I come by your house, I pick it up, I put it back in the store. What you gonna say? I stole your fucking thing. Right? If I buy a game and the next day it's not available and I can't use it, then you stole from me as the game creator or the distribution system. So that's what doesn't sit well with me, because if I buy something, I should have access to it, even if the thing is not supposed to be available anymore, which is the same thing as limited edition, like sneakers or watches or things. If I bought the physical thing, I have access to it. If I bought the physical game, like Nintendo, as you said, I have access to it. On PC, if I stream a game, I don't have access to it. And that's what doesn't sit right with me. Yeah. Exactly what I'm saying. So the Xbox Live from Microsoft, as far as I remember, and also it's been a while, it's a subscription service. And you don't pay per game, right? You pay for the subscription and you have access to all of the Xbox exclusive games, right? In that case, I'm fine with it because I haven't bought the game. I bought the subscription. The subscription gives me access to the games, but it's the same thing as Netflix. Therefore, if the catalog of game changes, they make the decision, and I'm good with that. My issue is more on the other side, where Steam, I'm buying the game entirely, and the game can disappear from my library because it doesn't exist anymore. That's what I don't like. You can't sell your Steam account. I mean, you can sell it, but it's not legally allowed. You can't re-download it. Jonathan, if it's on your library, and also I don't remember that. If it's on your library, but it's not on the store anymore, can you still download the thing? I don't think you can. So I don't know. I am so hot. God damn it. All right. But can you still play it if it requires an internet connection? The company is dead. Like if the game itself requires an internet connection to their servers and the servers don't exist anymore, you can still download the game, but you won't play it because it's useless. And you paid for it. That's my issue. Like if I'm let me rephrase the last phrase. If I'm paying $100 for a game or $80 for a game, and it's an online game, that doesn't sit right with me. If I'm paying $10 for a game and it's an online game, I'm fine with it disappearing at some point. But I'm not gonna pay $80 to $100 for something that the server can disappear from thin air because the company decided to, after this day, that thing is not gonna work anymore. Like that doesn't sit right with me. The similar thing that we had, the similar discussion story that we had 2 months ago, 3 months ago, there was the Spotify CarPlay tiny thing. You might have heard of it. Teeny tiny device for your car to have Spotify somewhere, and a lot of people were using it on their desk. And basically, Spotify said, after this date, this device that we have made can be thrown to the trash because it's not going to be usable anymore. That makes no sense to me. I don't get it. That makes no sense. If I buy something, I need to be able to use the thing. At least with the latest version of the software. And the main reason why they were saying, oh, you're not going to be able to use the same thing is because that device specifically requires an internet connection to their server with a very specific type of language that is not really supported. And in order to push an update to that device specifically, they would require more money than the amount that that device made. So it makes sense. But if I had, I don't know if I can stand up. If I had Elgato tomorrow tell me that the Stream Deck first generation, these ones, are not going to be working anymore because they require a software update and we can't push that to that device, I am 100% sure that I would be pissed about it because I bought the thing. I can't buy the new one. But unless Elgato tells me, well, if you want to send us back your old one and we give you like a discount on the new one, I'm fine with that. If they just tell me you can buy the new one full price and you can send us back the old one and you get nothing about it, like in return, makes no sense. So I don't know. And then you shouldn't. That's the thing. You can download the game, but you cannot play the game because you need to connect to the game provider servers, because that's where the leaderboard and the playthrough and all that is. The thing is, for the multiplayer online games, there is a ton of fan-made servers that are maintained. As far as I remember, there is like a ton of games that do have personal servers. And yeah, I mean, piracy is the only way to maintain and keep some games alive, because there are things that are not supported anymore. So I get it. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It to me is mostly the amount of money that I'm spending for the game and my ability to own the thing that I bought. That's my 2 points. If I'm paying for services of streaming, then I don't care if the service dies. Like I really don't. If it's a $5 a month, $60 a year, I don't care. Like that's the amount of money that I spend on cakes in a week. I don't care. But if you if I pay $60 in 1 month for one game that I'm supposed to be able to own and play forever, and 2 months later it doesn't work, I didn't know the Tarkov was a monthly subscription. The Tarkov is a monthly subscription and you download it for free, right? You start the subscription, you download the game, you play the game, and then if you stop playing, you can stop the subscription. I feel like that's to me, I feel like that's a better move. There is this dang. That's fine by me. Like, that's the same system, I guess. I'm paying $9.99 per whatever. I don't know if it's per month. I don't know if it's per year. It's per month. Cool. Paying $9 a month, and I'm getting access to all the apps that they have. And I have a feeling that I could get this app alone, and it will probably cost me more than $9. So the subscription model on this thing makes sense. And if I really like the app and I want it without the set app subscription, I can probably have it somewhere else. Like I know that Clean My Mac is available without set app. But you know, subscription model could be useful sometimes. I don't know. Yeah, I kind of agree with the pay once thing, but you know, it's debatable. Clean My Mac basically, yes, does that. It does the cleaning of all of the unused file, the cached file that are not necessary, the thing that is temporary files, all of these things are kind of removed. It basically makes your computer a bit faster. But it also ensure or help you to scan your computer and find things that you have, like in duplicates. Maybe you have like a screenshot of something that you have in one folder and also linked to a Google Drive, and it's in two places at the same time. It can also figure that out and to remove some files on your disk. It's a pretty useful app overall, but it's also like if you know what you're doing on your computer, it's not necessary. It's not that necessary. But yeah, I don't know. How's the build of your company, by the way, Trenton? How's the startup going? Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it still the same? Have you changed, added, removed features to get acquired? And yeah, by the way, Dapsheet, does that answer your question? Because I mean, the beginning of the discussion was about your question about getting quiet or features to focus on if you had to be going in that direction. Quiet position. Well, that happens. Have a good meeting. Maybe see you afternoon. What time it is for you? Yeah, I know it's 3, but still. Have a good meeting. On the side of things that we were working on a second ago. Thinking about that. Multiple versions of this. The question of why am I so fucking tired is wild. I don't know. I don't know. I think the mix of what I have done here and that could work as well for an in-between state, as in we could go from one specific page with like preview of the one movie that is pushed, and then your libraries, and then when you click on one of these, you go into that page. I feel like that's an okay thing. Not necessarily the best option, but you know, could work. Impressive. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know about that. I also feel like we could have the reversed option. That's gonna be wild though. I can't do that. I was thinking about having the tabs at the bottom. I talked about that on Monday, with tabs being at the bottom for accessibility's sake and for usability. But if I do that, that implies that the scroll view is extremely limited, and I don't know if I want that to happen. Like I'm already limiting the full scroll view with what I'm doing with the main card being like the only thing that is scrollable, which is kind of weird. Um, the smart animator is just not gonna work. I know that. I know that. See, maybe it works. Maybe it's okay. Yeah. That's gonna work. Sassy, hi. Welcome on in. Good day. How's you? What do you mean overflow doesn't exist? What? Existing? I mean, I guess. It's not making sense. Why? Is that not an option? Control board. But that's not good. That doesn't sound good. Yeah. Dang. I guess that means we now have the ability to do what? Change? I want this to be scrollable. It's not. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Dang. Yeah. I mean, the past 4 days, I've been opening the windows in the morning when it was like 16 degrees. So 16 degrees is like 62 Fahrenheit, I think. Yeah. It's 61, 69 is 20 degrees, 21. And yeah, 16 is like lower than that. So that's why I'm saying like 60, 62, something, whatever. In the morning, but then I'm attempting to stay with just the windows and the fans and not the AC. And then at like 3 in the afternoon, it's just like too much sun have hit my roof, and now everything is too hot and I have to turn on the AC. So I started the stream like for 2 hours without the AC, and now I have the AC on because I can't. I'm gonna die otherwise. Yeah. Yeah, now it's scrollable. Cool. It is aesthetic for Scotty. Hi, welcome. This is a very good black and white. Um, yeah. Fountain paints are good. They are expensive though. They, I would, yeah, much expensive. Sadly. Yeah, it's pretty good. That's a pretty good overall behavior, right? You have the main categories, which are the same thing that you've seen here. Sure, that kind of works. That kind of works. How have you been, Scotty? How's your day going? How's your day? All day. Yeah, I guess. Eh. Someone on YouTube earlier asked about like Figma and what it is and how it works and all that. And it, the more you know, the more you realize that Figma does nothing. Like it's not yeah, there's not much happening in there. Figma just gives you rectangles and constraints. And that's about it. So doesn't do much. And Framer is kind of the same thing. It's like both of the tools have the exact same goal, which is ensuring that the user doesn't see how complex the app is. Like the creation of a page in Framer, the creation of a rectangle in Figma, the creation of an interaction in Figma, these things are extremely complex to achieve on their own, but the end user doesn't perceive that as complex. They just perceive it as, oh, it does the thing that I said it need to do. And that's the magic of these two tools. It needs to be as simplified as possible for the end user to just perceive it as just a simplified way of working. But at the end of the day, Figma is just rectangles and text. That's it. Rectangle, text, and SVGs. Yeah. And I am using it with a ton of things, as in constraint and resizing and all that. But yeah, that's about it. Colors, I mean, color is one of the property, but it's not an element on itself. The elements are really just rectangle text. That's it. Search result page for this app. Haven't done it yet, but if you go with search results on Dribble, I can't type. um, I mean, for this one, I think I need the design itself to be done to make sure that it works. But for me, it's a list of available movies and other things. I'm mostly thinking about um, the TV time is there. Do they have technical design like search on Dribble? Yeah, yeah, yeah. You have everything on Dribble. The thing is that already logged in. Cool. Basically, what I'm seeing is this. I mean, in my head, I'm gonna go into the search section. So we're gonna move that into mobile friendly because that makes sense. And let's say I'm looking for, I don't know, My Hero Academia, for example. I'm gonna start typing, and then it's gonna just populate the page with potential results. And then if I type something different, it's gonna add stuff. And maybe I'm currently watching this, and then I have the page of the thing specifically. That's, to me, that's gonna be it in terms of search results. Like it's an auto-populated list, so I feel like this one is gonna be doing something as yeah, you can find whatever. The assets of for fuck's sake, add do we have iOS in there? And we have this one, but that's not the one. I think, yeah. I mean, I think that's what I'm saying. The God damn. Like I kind of see this as the option, and then oh, press it. And that top section for me, God damn it, that top section here shouldn't be. Then it should be the input. And the content move out. Why are you putting that in? Chris, hi, walk on it. I mean, not to disagree with what you just said, but the Impossible is pretty good. Like it is impressive. I'm doing it really roughly right now. I think that's mostly gonna be the thing that I wanna see. Um, that I think we should have. Again, I do feel like that makes sense to have like this view like this. I don't know. How's the Chris? How's the logo redesign going? You good with that? See something like this. That makes sense to me. Shit. Mhm. Uh, sorry. Uh, well, you know. One second. And actually, I think you're right. Delete that design. That's what that should say. That whole thing with the text just shifting when you're moving something, that makes no sense. Yeah, that, what the fuck? It's the Figma made iOS design keyboard thing. If I resize it, it just does that. Which makes no sense. like to a point. I'm gonna go to Joey's. Joey's gonna be fine, innit? So let's go. You can't stop having feeling for the people. You can define the feeling that you have to be either stronger than you thought or limited to what you want. That's about it. So you will not have the ability to do anything else differently. And if you want to limit these feelings to non-romantic feelings, and that's a you battle. You need to persuade yourself that that's not gonna happen, or it's not a good thing, or whatever. But yeah. What is that thing? What is that bitch ass thing? You can ask around. I don't think you have the self-control to do that. But yeah. You could. I mean, halfway yes, halfway through, halfway no, Sassy. I think there is something that can happen, which is because it's a coworker. If it's a rejection, there is a lot of implication happening. Again, don't date your coworkers. That's always the thing. You can fuck them once you are not in the company anymore, but not during. Preferably, it's not necessarily a good thing for you, for them. Like if everything goes well, if the relationship is going through and everyone's happy and we good, then everything is fine. But as soon that there is like the minute inconvenience in the relationship, things are gonna go south and work is gonna decline. And you don't want that. You want to avoid that as much as possible. So yeah. No, you work on different projects, but they are in the same company. Yeah. Going back to the previous discussion that we have with Berlusconi saying that they are scared to speak to the opposite sex, that's gonna be complicated. You know. Trying to do math in my head, that doesn't work. There's always a chance to talk. Just remember that. Like you you can always talk to anyone. So if things needs to happen, they will happen. I'm not saying that just, yeah. It means that it's not like a one single person. You basically add like an auto layout frame to that component. So for example, here I have that thing that needs to be like a component. And so I'm gonna change that, we'll make that a component somehow. Probably here. How the fuck is that in a drop down now? Here, this element has an auto layout defined with the same content inside being like in flex grow and the entire thing being in currently fixed width. But when I'm going to use that component here instead of that flex column div, these elements are in flex grow, all of them. And yeah, that's basically it. It's just a shift A or layout, auto layout, user to layout right there. That's about it. No, this is a mistake. This is red because it's supposed to be a specific gray that doesn't exist anymore. So because of that, all of my elements have these, which is kind of bad. No reason. It's not supposed to be red. The thing that we could have, because we are supposed to be able to search for movies, TV shows, actors, genre, whatever, I kind of need different sections, different cards. So, oh no, oh no. Gonna do that here. And then I'm gonna go back to the discussion. Well, that works. So yeah, you could go and talk to her if that's an option, because as you said, you've been paired with them today. So just at some point talk about something. Like, and the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that when people are saying talk to people, we're not saying talk to people with the intent of something happening. We are saying talk to people. Just like, if you have friends, you talk to friends. That happens. Talk to people. If Razor, hi, hold on. Thank you for the pushing check. I appreciate that. Like, maybe, I don't know. Maybe someone that play games. Maybe you're someone that listen to music. Maybe you're someone that enjoy going to enjoy going to movies. Um, and you can talk about the latest movie you've seen, or latest artist you listen to, or whatever. Oh, oh, coffee. So dead. That is a thing that I have. I'm agreeing with Danny, but also it is complicated for some people to know exactly what that means, because normal is not the same for everyone. Like, normal for me is a very specific type of actions. Normal for you, it's probably different type of actions. And yeah, no, I know. But like, I'm gonna push back on that statement really strongly. For some people, being racist is normal, and like every day, being racist is normal. So when you tell them to be normal, kind of hard. But we never know. Cat, welcome back. It's the decompression. Exactly. With good manners and specs of behaviors that make sense. That's not good. You need a J? You need a J, yes. Yeah. Ending your sentences with a smile help a lot of people to just how can I say that? What do I think? It helps it to be less threatenings. Say, makes sense. I'm gonna do two versions. I'm gonna do one version that is poster and one version that is like general. And general is gonna be square. I think that's gonna be better overall. Yeah. Here it is. I don't know what that is. I don't know who that is. It's just there. That's all I know. I did nothing. Copy. Shit. They are angled because we have a bit of a hover effect on them. I think Stoney's sleeping. I mean, I know he's awake, but I think he's sleeping. I doubt app is live. We can try. Can try. Yeah, they have a teeny tiny amount of randomized angled. So yeah, I designed it. Yes, Stoney did the work. I did nothing. And how it behave on mobile is what I'm kind of trying to do. It's going to be the same cards, but like smaller. I'm just a designer. I'm not a dev. Stoney is the dev behind it. I mean, behind it's kind of weird to say, but yeah. There will be no rotation on mobile. Just I think the icon is going to have a teeny tiny amount of, for the sake of. Release date. Let's not have to type release. I guess release date underneath, because you can have two movies or two elements with the same title released at different times. I feel like that's an okay thing. Well, you need to say that to Stony. Actually, the loading is... I hate it. He likes it, so I'm gonna keep doing. How did I what? How did you make glance shiny? The highlight on the corner? Well, it's just a highlight in the corner. I don't know why Stony added like that corner thing, but it's the same at the end of the day. It's kind of the same thing, where these have like a highlight inside. It's a linear or radial gradient inside of it that is white to white 0%. And it kind of works. Yes, then you can. Linear gradient is just for the background. Like the highlight at the bottom. If I don't have the glow in the center, which is circular, it's just making the background gradient rather than solid color. And so that's a way of making a gradient in between two colors while using one singular color variable value. So that is a way to ensure that you have like some sort of a bit more depth into your cards rather than having a fixed color. That's the main idea. The main idea. At least to me, that's the main idea. You mean and did you mean the loading? Yes. Yeah, yeah. Can I resize this? Push it. Yes, cat. That is why I'm laughing every time. Yes. Yes. I feel like that should work, right? If we have like something here that is a genre rather than a media, or we split them. Good. I'm gonna reopen. Okay. And check. Right, we have shows and movies, and then users. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do tabs on search results. Makes no sense. I don't think that's the case, Cat. I'm unsure about that. I have no clue. Maybe. That's what I thought. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if that's necessary. I don't know if that helps. I don't think it does. I'm unsure. I think it helps with the separation in between the two, but I'm also feeling like it's not good. Like it doesn't help enough. As in, it needs more dividers. Like less space in between these, more space in between these. Um, cat. Uber Eats. Uber Eats is pretty good. It's always an option. H. Fuck. I can't with these. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Hmm. It's a fair point. Sweet. It's an image, as far as I remember. As far as I remember, it is. It's not. It's just grain. My bad. It's a texture. My mistake. It's a noise texture, which is basically what I have everywhere. So I don't know if you can see that on stream. I doubt it because it's black. Sounds racist again. But there is a bit of noise right there. No noise? Noise. It's the same thing here. It's just a very light amount of noise. And I have a radio gradient on top to create like the starry night gradient thing. I mean, you can do that. Then though, are you ready for after? Like in tomorrow? None of the above. Cat is not. I mean, she did some design work, but not necessarily designer work. I can see that. I don't like this. I don't like this. I do like this better for some reason. God damn it. Do you know Sake? Guns coding? That would be an interesting thing. Just came out of nowhere. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna remove the titles. It doesn't help as much as I thought it would. I mean, yeah, I can. There is something that is pretty good if you're gonna go Uber Eats. You probably have the ability to get Uber One for free for the first month, and doing the sign up through Uber Eats gives you like a ton of benefits. As in, your first order is free of delivery fees, and you also have the ability to usually, once you sign up for the first thing, have somehow 20% off. So do that. Maybe. I don't know. Like I have 2 discount codes for 60% off my next Uber rides with Uber One, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, maybe do that. I don't know. Check it out. Not sponsored. Not yet. Maybe one day. I don't know. I don't think so. I see. I can't find the right amount of space to make that make sense. And it's sad. Where the fuck is you? There. Yeah, I can't do that as well. Like, I can't do tabs. What can I do? Because if I have like movie, TV shows, actor, genre. That's about it. That's 4. I could. Maybe. Yeah. Basically, that sounds sketchy as fuck. Your DMs are sounding so sketchy. Um, I mean, you've uh, looked for Danny's information. You find a connection with Sekang, and then the next question was where do you live? And now you want like direct access to DMs from the outside. It sounds really interesting. Bitch. Oh, I don't think that takes a S. Maybe. I don't know if I like it. Like it. I don't think Berlusconi is Italian. I think the name is Italian, but I don't think Berlusconi is Italian. That sentence sounds so weird. I see. Mm. Mm. That happens. God damn it. Yeah, I don't like it. Something doesn't work. Something doesn't work. Maybe it's the other way around. Maybe you need to pay them. I don't know. Bitch, what the fuck? Oh, that's why. Hey, wow. Ooh. I see. Why is the text not visible now? Oh. What happened? That doesn't work. For fuck's sake. It's not gonna work. That is not gonna work. How can I fix this? See, Denny? What did I say? Profile is very good. That is the, yeah. Tabs, as I said the first time, tabs not gonna be a good idea. And having titles makes no sense to me for some reason. Me or Benny? Asking the same question again. Just crazy. It's just great. I did that. And I did the background. I used the noise and texture plugin. Noise and texture generate like a grain texture. I added that to the layer. And then that's about it. Made sure it was like with an opacity. And we were good. How did I come up with it? Basically we have this image that is used everywhere as a placeholder. And in the beginning I was using it in the background, but I wasn't sure that it was a good idea to use like this image as a main background, so I generated something that was kind of similar, like Starry Night-ish. But yeah, the idea is coming from the placeholder image. It is, yeah. You had the need for a nap, and you took the nap. I guess that works. I'm also thinking that this could just be like a regularly oriented thing. Oh no, Danny, don't worry about it. It's Friday. Cat's schedule doesn't exist. Yep, all the icons are coming from here. That divider is useless. Then it's hi, I'm calling. Good morning? How have you been? All good UI is about stacking gradients. Kinda. Yeah. It's afternoon. Oh yeah. It's like 2. It's either 2 or 4, whichever. it's gonna be fine. Fine. 4, cool. It's not that all good design and good UI is stacking gradient. It's just that based on the people that are going to use the thing, having gradients and depth and textures is helping the user recognize some elements. It's, yeah, it's all about depth. Basically, the first one I click on. First thing that I see, first project. God damn it. Let me see if I can find this thing they had on Pinterest. They had like that thingy. Oh, interesting. It's the same, but it's not the same. That's impressive. Basically, you can see that the button itself is highlighted with a bit of a gradient right here. You have a bit of a highlight there so that your eyes are focusing on the thing that you want the user to do. So that you basically practice. You basically practice, like, basically, if I'm opening Xcode, which I talked about a bit, you can see that the background behind the icon itself has a gradient, a blue gradient, and so that gives you like a bit of depth, and you separate yourself with the background of the app that you're looking at. You can see here you have a bit of a shadow behind that main card, and that's giving you like separation with the background. When you have something that doesn't really have separation, it's pretty flat. It's not bad, but the fact that the background is gray and that the difference of that gray and that gray is kind of small, I feel like a bit of a shadow would potentially have helped with differentiating the distance in between the two. When you have something like this, for example, that is an interesting depth as well in the first, before the scroll, the first operation. So, you know, all that, all that is going to be the thing that you need to focus on to ensure that you have depth and distance in between the element itself and the thing that you want the user to focus on. So for there, you can see that this one is kind of recessed. It's grayer. It's just highlighted because you're on hover. And these ones are raised-ish, like more important. So that's the depth when it comes to contrast with the background. When you basically have that on everything. Like whatever I'm opening. What the fuck? Like depth in that thing right there. Here's tiny shadow right here. Yeah. I mean, they probably are doing the same thing that we've done here, like that gradient stack. Probably a thing. We also talked about that gradient stack right here that is taking the poster main color, or the theme color. That's probably the same or similar things than what you have, like the bubble that we have there. Yeah, that's progressive blur the Figma way, which is weird to me. Appreciate it. It's a nice. I feel like it's good. It converted, it's highlighted, and that the information is above. Yeah, they can dev it the same way, which again we talked about it last time. Basically, you have one div with a background blur of 1, then you have another div with a background blur of 2, and a background blur of 4, and a background blur of 6, and then the last one is background blur of 8. It's just stacked effect on top of effects. That's the way that Figma AI generated the background transition, which is easier for the devs than it is for us. Like the one that I have here is a bit better. It's a bit of more smooth transition, but it's also more complicated to achieve. So, you know, whichever. What the fuck was I working on? I forgot. That distance. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Distance between things is going to be the main important stuff. That's a face, if I haven't seen a face before. I think, for example, here, we could benefit from having the accent color as a transition piece. So if I go in there and get my accent, I don't know, maybe my accent 8 at the top, and then at the bottom I'm gonna get my accent 3. Right, something like this. highlighting the current state of the input field. So it's going from here to sliding down, starting typing might be a thing. Right now the border is 2. I feel like a border of 1 would be better, but yeah. Yeah, Danny's work looks great. Really good. That is true. That is true. What am I missing? I'm missing something. Not really individual mentorship, because that's not really a thing that I do, but answering question when necessary, yes. And also helping on stream directly is a pretty easy things to do for me. So yeah. Also, no right question or wrong question, remember that? Like, asking questions. Yeah. You can be interested in design before you start working as a designer. Shit. So if I do that, oh, the transition is bad. Yeah, that works. Hey, on YouTube, don't advertise for yourself as a first message. It's kind of weird. Like, I don't mind it, but it, not the greatest advertisement. It could be. That's the thing. It could be. I don't even know if that works. Well, it can't be possible. That's the thing. It is currently only you, I'm guessing. You have created that. But also, the important thing is that music is going to be DMCA free for now, but it might not be in the future. So I cannot listen to anything on stream that I haven't paid for and I don't have a license for. The only option that you would have to would be to send me a lawyered signed document that implicitly allows me to listen to your music without any repercussion for ever. And that's not something that you probably can provide. So, Complicated. Complicated. God damn it. You say it's okay because you don't think ahead. I'm expecting you to blow up and be good, right? From you advertising and trying to share your creations on the internet. I'm expecting you to be good and have like a contract sometimes. The thing is with like editions and labels and all of that, they get rights to your stuff and then retroactively they ask for fees or on things that you have used and created in the past. So that's why I don't do that. Basically, light mode in Figma is, it's better to use light mode if I'm like on a light interface. It makes more sense to me to switch to light mode because that way the interface is not as distracting as now. But if I'm here, I'm in dark mode. So yeah, hey, that's the reason. Like, I'm rooting for you to be good and have like a good impact and a good creation and all of that. And if that's the case, and you blow up, and you get a label, and the label claims rights, I'm fucked. I can't do that. Like as an example, I've been DMCA stroke by Apple, and yeah, just because I looked at one of the video on stream and there was music in the background, and I've been label claimed by Apple retroactively 3 weeks after the events happened. So yeah, not gonna do that. Yes, we have chat on YouTube as well. I mean, I'm streaming on multiple platforms at the same time, so yeah, we have YouTube chat, Twitch chat, and right now E3Y is on YouTube Shorts, I think. So that happened. I tried Kick. I have an overlay for Kick. I haven't really streamed there. But you recognize the interface. The thing that I do like there is the fact that I have my full regular username without the underscore, which is good. But I might, now that we have multi-stream, I might send that. There is an interesting thing also that you may have heard of. God damn it. What is that thing? Someone which is on the streaming platform people has shared a video not so long ago about a new OBS plugin that is doing the exact same thing that I talked about on Monday. Basically, this new plugin that he's about to do a full deep dive on gives you the ability to, god damn it, that's give you the ability to choose from any scene, any sources to go to different platform. So right now with multi-stream, I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube at the same time with two different like version of the stream, one vertical, one non-vertical, like one horizontal regular stream, which is what you're seeing on Twitch, and one vertical on YouTube plus the horizontal one. But now the thing that is pretty interesting is that they also, with this plugin, give you the ability to define which sources go to which output. So you can stack your entire like layouts on one single scene. And that scene contains like your camera for YouTube, your camera for Twitch, your camera for Kick, your camera for something else if they are not in the same place, and your background for each of these platforms. But each of these sources are sent separately to the output, which is pretty impressive. I don't know how much intensive it is on OBS itself, so I'm gonna have to try that out. But if it works as easily as multi-stream, that's gonna be a pretty good thing. Because again, my Twitch overlay is purple, my YouTube overlay is red, my Kick overlay is green. Like I color match with the platform, and yeah, that could be a really interesting thing to have, like both platform laid out. Anyways, just thinking about that. So yeah, maybe Kick at some point. I just don't like the founders of Kick and where that whole thing came from. And I also don't like the fact that they are using basically what leaked from Twitch to build the entire website. And that everyone is okay with it. Like, I don't like that. I don't like that. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. So there is still some issues on this thing. I wish Stony was not like far away, fakely sleeping, not answering, all that. But you know, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Anyways, hi. I attempting something. I need some feedback from you on that. Because we have on desktop the search as a main thing. I thought that it could be really interesting to have the same exact behavior on mobile and getting rid of the homepage to focus on the search, because again, from the discussion of Tuesday, it's mostly like the outcome gonna be like a search-based platform, as the tagline imply right here, with the ability to have your own content. And actually I'm gonna do that right after. So doing this as a search, so that limit our input in the tab bar, and then that give us like a on click, just here is what you're looking for, what you're searching for, whatever. And then if you go into library, we go to the thing that I had before for the homepage, which is one specific movie or TV show that is put up, which is currently what you have on desktop on homepage. And then the thing that is underneath is going to be your libraries. And if you click on a library, see more type of thing, you go on that specific library with the tabs on top, and you can just scroll through your library thingy. So I'm debating on that secondary part section. I'm mostly looking for this elements. What do you think of it? How much points do you have, Dapshi? This is crazy. I feel like some weeks ago you said you had no points left, and now you have so much points left. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be the same thing? It's just we push the search first on mobile. Because again, from what you have said, the goal is to find something to watch quickly, either because you know what you want to watch or you want to look for something. And so if you have the search as entry points for everything, there is no fight happening. You just want to fight, which is bad. I'm just asking. Like, it seems to be okay. Like, if I have my server and I want to look for something that I have, I'm going to search. And if I am not on my server and I'm looking for something to watch that I'm not sure that I have on my server, I can just search. So the outcome is the same. But yeah, you decide. At the end of the day, I don't care. It is. It is. You want to search for something? You have said nothing. I'm not refusing. You are giving me no direction, no hints, no, this is how it's supposed to be, no feedback. What else? Nothing. So mobile is your design. I don't give a shit. That's it. Like, there is nothing happening. Yeah, which is exactly what I am showcasing, but you just don't see it, which is fine. Yes, that's because the library at the bottom, like any app, you are going to your library and you look for something. Yes. I don't understand why you don't understand what I'm saying, and I don't understand why you think that I'm refusing your point, because I'm agreeing with you again, like every time. It's just like what you're seeing, you're saying, that's not what I'm saying, and therefore you think this is a fight, which is bad. So yeah, I don't fight, I don't care. I don't do much on the weekends. I go on walks, or I work on stuff. That's mostly it. And also, again, Stoney, just to go back to what you said, that goes against what you said on Wednesday. You said you want to have the user to have access to everything from the homepage today. And then on Wednesday, you said, it's not going to work because if I have 10,000 items to display, that's not going to work. Make a choice. Choose a side. Like I started with something that could display 10,000 items at once, and you said it was too much. And then I didn't, and now you say you need to display the thing. So pick a side. Do something. I don't know. Like, not. I don't fight. I just want direction. Like at this point, personally, I don't give a shit. It's your product, and you pushed me into the side of whatever. I'm not helping anymore. I'm just doing the thing that we have started. That's about it. So direction, drawings, decisions, that's all I need. After that, you decide what you want to do. It's not much more than that. Nonetheless, you can go into Alien. Alien does have, let me see if I can find that. Well, that's not really a link, but that's the link. It costs $40. Nix, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I'm looking for someone to raid at the moment. I'm tired. But I'm good. Tired, but I'm good. I'm playing next week because I have a lot of Japanese class next week, or at least I have Japanese class next week that I didn't have this week. So, yeah, all day. Have a good night. That's gonna be. Take care of yourself. Yeah. Just exactly what I have designed. Cool. What else? The library page right there has a way of displaying segmentation of your libraries so that you can quickly go to the library that you need. And then once you are in the library that you need, you can scroll through your content. The main thing that we can add here to make things go faster is letter-based filters, which is what we have on desktop, a search bar that is specific to that page, also an option, or filters, overall filters on that section. But again, there is no fancy swipe animation happening here. It's just one way of describing and helping the user understanding that, okay, I've seen my previous carousel, and instead of having to go back to go to my anime carousel, I can just go here and click on anime and go into the anime carousel. That's all it is. It's a hint, but it's the exact same action. It's a button that sends you to the page. And maybe when you move things and you click on something, that refreshes and it takes like, I don't know, 5 seconds. That's an option. Like, I don't give a shit. As long as the user understands that he has libraries that they have made themselves, that they have access to the thing that they have made themselves, we're good. We can also do that. Like having filters at the bottom, which right now, obviously, when I'm clicking on it, God damn it. That should load, but it doesn't. I know why, but yeah. But basically we can have filters at the bottom, which is way easier than anything. And yes, we can have, as I just said, letter navigation. Yes, that's an option. I hate it because it's ugly and it doesn't really work. But yes, we can have that. Not a problem. That bitch. Like having that. Yes. Yes. 100% an option. It takes way more space than expected, specifically on mobile. It's absolutely horrendous on mobile. It shouldn't exist. But, you know, it's an option. Can do. Can do. I don't care. Anyway, this bitch is not loading, but that thing at the bottom with filters is an option as well. We can have filters so that at the bottom here, when you are in the section, in your library, you have filters. And you get so, whenever, however, all that is working. Anywho, we're raiding Finch. It's been a while, and he's playing some screwdrivers, which is interesting. Lego type of thing. And yeah. Interesting weird game. I don't know. Finch is not really doing shit. Anywho, VODs on YouTube for some reason. Discord if you have questions. Socials if you want to stalk me online, and also schedule, which means that I should be back on Monday if all goes well. And yeah, all that. The VOD is gonna be on YouTube anyways. Don't worry about it. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. Kyle, thanks so much for the look. I appreciate it much. And Berlusconi, you have won today's game. Good job. Good job. As always, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you Monday. Bye.